Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu-nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तस्यामलापीठादिवृन्दस्तरुवा परशिवं नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. We welcome all Kailasa Vasis attending from Kailasa monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, NTV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those blessed to have reached the two-way video conferencing who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let's enter into the Parashakti, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Let's understand about Devi, the Cosmic Mother. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, is the embodiment of Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. Devi is the embodiment of Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. Devi is the embodiment of Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. Devi is the embodiment of Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. Yes, sorry for technical glitch. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bang and black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The supreme bond of Hinduism reveals, first and foremost, relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect what you think as life. So in the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness, and it should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect with. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the supreme power of Hinduism is manifesting the Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let's understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is Samadhi? Sama is oneness, and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you're able to catch it becomes a moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your being. Divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, to deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavatara, the deities in temples, through Bhava Samadhi Darshans in Nijavatars were the incarnations. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatar in physical form as Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, which is the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. So the avatar, physical embodied form, has to come down. Sorry for the technical glitch. So the avatar, physical embodied form, has to come down to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. Let's understand about Akashik readings, which are the readings from the cosmic archives. Akashik readings are not predictions. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond time, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. Next, we are going to be learning about the Supreme Panava of Hinduism after a short break. I request everyone to stay tuned for the next segment.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life.
Yes, welcome back everyone. Let's now understand about the Supreme Pandav of Hinduism. The Supreme Pandav of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Supreme Pandav of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. Supreme Pandav of Hinduism has made the science of our manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. So let us look at some of the coronations of the Supreme Pandav of Hinduism. Before 1981, he was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In 1981, he was initiated into Bharat Sannyasam Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In 1988, he was coronated as a future Guru Mahasanidhanam or Pandav of Tondai Mandaladhyam, the oldest monastic university. So in 1988, Supreme Pandav of Hinduism was coronated as future Guru Mahasanidhanam or Pandav of Tondai Mandaladhyam, the oldest monastic university. In 1994, he became the successor of Arunachala Sarvagyapeetham by Guru Parampara on 24th May 1994. In 1999, he founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. The same year, he was also coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvagyapeetham. Below are some of the pictures of the successors of Arunachala Sarvagyapeetham by Guru Parampara at the age of 16, and Supreme Pandav of Hinduism is the current head of the Arunachala Sarvagyapeetham. Here are the pictures where Supreme Pandav of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally at the age of 21. Here, Supreme Banu of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Saranyapeetham at the age of 21. In 2002, Supreme Banu of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Saranyapeetham on 4th November. On 1st January 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara, the Sri Pura Saranyapeetham. On 31st December 2004, he became the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Swarangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage. Below are the pictures where Supreme Banu of Hinduism is seen founding the Adi Kailasa Saranyapeetham at the age of 24 on 4th November 2002. Here are the lineage of emperors of the Swarangi Samrajyam, where Supreme Banu of Hinduism is the current incumbent emperor of that Suryavamsa Swarangi Samrajyam. In 2007, Supreme Banu of Hinduism was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Saranyapeetham. In the same year, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvanyakara. In 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Saranyapeetham, the oldest in the papal state and the monastic kingdom. Here are pictures where Supreme Banu of Hinduism is seen reviving the Adi Pallava Saranyapeetham at the age of 29. Here, Supreme Banu of Hinduism is officially being coronated as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of KAILASA or another Shyamala Saranyapeetham. In 2013, Supreme Banu of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvanyakara, the largest apex monastic order and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. The same year, he was also declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atalakara, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adinam. Here are the pictures where Supreme Banu of Hinduism is seen officially being coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the spiritual head of Mahanirvanyakara. The Supreme Banu of Hinduism performs the official rituals for the coronation as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adinam at the age of 36. In 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. The same year, he was also declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam and Panjanadikulam. Here are the pictures of the lineage of Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam and Supreme Banu of Hinduism. This is the current Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. Here are the lineage of Guru Mahasannidhanams from the Vedaranyam Adinam. In 2015, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. The same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pita Kodamata. In 2015, he was also elected as the Supreme Banu of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders or pontiffs. Here are the lineage of the Guru Mahasannidhanams of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam at the age of 37 in 2015. Here are the pictures of Supreme Banu of Hinduism being coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pita Kodamata at the age of 37. Here, Supreme Banu of Hinduism is being elected as the Supreme Banu of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu Pandus or leaders. So now we are going to be entering into the global initiatives taken by the Supreme Banu of Hinduism. "26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. Supreme Panava of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, which are English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, that has been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Supreme Panava of Hinduism has also authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages. And over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded worldwide. Supreme Panava of Hinduism has been established as the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. He has been revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism and over media. Jain Sudhas, etc. He has been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader. Supreme Panava of Hinduism has been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind Body Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Panava of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. He is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in around 150 countries. Supreme Panava of Hinduism is also the establisher of 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystem. He is the founder and reviver of over 100 Saranya Peetams. So next we are going to be entering into the power manifestation, powers of extraordinary powers of Paramashiva. So now, before entering into that session, let's have a short break and request everyone to stay tuned for the next segment, which is the extraordinary powers of Paramashiva.
time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be.
Still Paramashivoham.
It is stuck here.
We have to reset that router, I think. Have to resume share also, no, Maharaj? After it comes. Nithyanandam, welcome back. So now we'll go over the manifesting extraordinary Shaktis. The Palasans, the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the power of third eye and sharing with all
the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha initiation. In today's Bhav Samadhi Darshan of us, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers: the power of body scanning, what are Shaktis? In Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate details that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, divine powers. Manifesting powers, Shaktis, are described as the system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to the various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine, you need to manifest divine, and not you are man and you need to reach divine. Shaktis, the Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on path of enlightenment. Shaktis. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time and space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic
time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present. by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's something.
Sorry about the technical glitch, Nithyanandam. So, Paramashiva, the source of Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time and space, form and causality, as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence. He performs the Panchakritya, or 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, Anugraha. The avatar of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of civilization, the Sanatan Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was It was where the science of enlightenment and the powers of Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the yogic sciences and transmitting it to the entire world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before in history. The Guru Parampara, the knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to next through Diksha, initiation by an enlightened Guru. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So these are the different Guru Parampara lineages Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. So how do we awake the divine Shaktis in us? Manifesting Shaktis. Every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped onto your consciousness, pragyana, manifests as possibility and power of every being pragyana. The power of any
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Biddi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit www.nithyananda.org.
The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or pramanas. Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, experiences and results of the Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science. The science Pramana, the Atma Pramana or account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Millennium's Avatar, personal experience of power manifestation, Pratyaksha Pramana or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedagamas is a living applied science. The Vedas are ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Veda Agamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramanas. Let us get ready to witness a very exciting and unique demonstration, of the power of third eye. The third eye power of seeing through the body scanning. Just check. We'll now check who are interested in the body scanning. Okay. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyanandam. So now we'll do the body scanning for Sri Vineet. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyanandam Vineet, I'm doing the Bhagavan is revealing me a couple of things that it's showing the brain part of the head, which is and it's getting a lot of thoughts, unnecessary thoughts. Best thing to detox from the brain, like all these unwanted thoughts, is you start doing the Guru Puja regularly. If you don't have the Guru Puja initiation, you can get the initiation by attending the Paramashivoham program, or like get the initiation as soon as possible. But I see you have initiation, so you can start doing the puja regularly, and that will really help detox your mind, and it will give tremendous breakthrough in productivity. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And also start using the regular detox products, and which Bhagavan has prescribed, like the neem juice, castor oil, haritaki, all these things. They will really give a tremendous breakthrough. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And Ma Nityan Dharmadharananda, you can also start doing the regular puja. It will give you extra bliss and give tremendous breakthroughs of whatever wishes you want. And during the puja, when you do the sankalpa, just remember to do the sankalpa for whatever things you want: health, wealth, relationships, and all these things will shower on you continuously. So, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Okay, this concludes this session. Thank you, everyone. Nithyanandam.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes, welcome back everyone. Let's now enter into the next segment, which is the divine feminine consciousness, which is unique to Hinduism. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship. And even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if the sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas, which are the subsects. And if all sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship, remains, the whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one, Mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. That sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I'm basically a Shakta. I myself follow Devi worship from the beginning. If you see my biography, and all the ladies I carved, the darshan I had, all are mother based, Devi based. Let's now understand directly from Supreme Pandu of Hinduism about Sanatana Hindu Dharma and Hindu feminism.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the woman is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained. Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ram.
And now, we have heard directly from Supreme Pandu of Hinduism himself about how in Hinduism feminism is being there, being as a main source from which all foundations are created. And a great story from Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's life, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886. He says that Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully he describes a house scene. Even though husband is the owner, the key to the house should be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of the mother, or these small sons of the mother, only they can touch that place, the hip of the mother, and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to the mother, or people who are closer to mother to reach. There is a verse from Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Sloka. It tells that Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with the triple eyes. sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a small face, all smiles, a splendid bust, and one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and high, and her eyes are full of compassion and holds the noose, the goat, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima of her race, and she is the self within me. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatar of Supreme Power of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us now directly listen from the words of the Parashakti herself.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை. கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோகம்.
In the words of Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swami, who is in Kailasa, Sri Puru Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, and Paramashakti, Manonmani Meenakshi as Nithyananda. I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli Rabala, Aparna Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as Nijavatara with great compassion, and I'm blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. So let's learn how to receive Devi Parashakti. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep two betel leaf, one banana, one betel nut, and one coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi, and coin is considered as a traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In US, it can be even a cent. And I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. So offer that to Devi, and after darshan is over, do namaskar and eat banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to Enlightenment. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted, and rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition, and will break your unconscious behavior. So let's look at some of the revelation given directly by the Parashakti herself.
Om, 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 Omgaratuyarni. Time itself பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம் இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையன ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நான் ஒன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவ பூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்தில் நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்க தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி.
Paramashivoham.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Nithyananda
பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி இரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So let's look at the translation given by Devi. World cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss. Cosmos should not have destruction to save the cosmos from Pralaya. I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. And Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. To the tricks of traitors, rule of the enemies, without any other way out, time came for the Savior itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if children, do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Money. My responsibility is to save the cosmos from destruction. And I am telling some of the truths, listen properly. The next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. And crores of lives will be lost in India. And I am telling you the truth. And I am telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. So let us look at some of the current state of the world as revealed by the Parashakti. Authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported about 43.7 million COVID-19 cases and 6 million deaths since China reported its first cases to the World Health Organization in December 2019. More than 18 million people, 3 times higher than official records suggest, have probably died because of COVID. And US Washington University researchers they tell that they had gathered data through searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, the Human Mortality Database, and the European Statistical Office. Rates of excess deaths are estimated to have varied dramatically by country and region. But the overall global death calculated in the study is 120 deaths per 100,000 people. That would mean about 18.2 million deaths have happened because of COVID in the 2 years between the start of 2020 and the end of 2021. 3 times as many as the official 5.9 million that have actually been recorded. COVID infections are increasing across the UK with over 1 in 25 people infected, according to the latest estimates from the Office for National Statistics. Almost 300,000 people in Scotland had COVID last week, the highest figure since estimates began in autumn 2020. It means about 1 in 18 people have the virus, according to the Office for National Statistics. US Department of Veterans Affairs did a coherent study comprising 153,848 people who survived the first 30 days of SARS-CoV-2 infection and two control groups, a contemporary group with no evidence of SARS-CoV-2 and a historical control group that predated the COVID-19 pandemic. The findings suggest that people who survive the actual phase of COVID-19 are at increased risk of an array of incident mental health disorders. Tackling mental health disorders among survivors of COVID-19 should be priority. No crisis-proof planning possible. The painful lesson young people had to learn during the pandemic is that there is no such thing as crisis-proof planning, not for anything. The pediatrician continues to notice the same complaints coming from his young patients, which he calls the 3 big classics: sleep disorders, eating disorders, anxiety disorders. Omicron is everywhere in schools. Figures from the Conference of Ministers of Education: 6% of the students and 3% of the teachers are either infected or in quarantine right now. According to the youth researchers, if digital platforms are the only medium for making contacts over a period of 2 years, this can lead to restriction in personal development over such a long period of time. I can't smell the other person, I can't touch them, I can't notice their aura or how they move. This impoverishment of impulses, then, in the case of real contact and physical presence, means the young people do not even know how to behave, how to comport themselves, how to look others in the eye. Catching COVID may cause changes to the brain. A study suggests that scientists found significant differences in MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, scans before and after infection. Even after the mild infection, the overall size of the brain had shrunk slightly, with less gray matter in the parts of related to smell and memory. The researchers do not know whether the changes are permanent, but test the brain could heal. The study is published in the journal Nature. Lead author Prof. Joanna Leigh Donald from the Wellcome Center for Integrative Neuroimaging at the University of Oxford said, "We are looking at essentially mild infection. So to see that we could really see some differences in their brain and how much their brain had changed compared with those who had not been infected was quite a surprise." The UK Biobank project has followed the health of 500,000 people for about 15 years and has a database of scans recorded before the pandemic, so provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term health impacts of the virus. The scientists rescanned 401 participants, 4.5 months on average, after their infection, 96% of whom had mild COVID and 384 participants who had not had COVID. They found the overall brain size of infected participants had shrunk between 0.2 and 2%. There were losses in gray matter in the olfactory areas linked to smell and regions linked to memory. Those who had recently recovered from COVID found it a bit harder to perform complex mental tasks, but the researchers do not know whether the changes are irreversible or truly matter for health and well being. New research suggests the coronavirus can invade and destroy the placenta and lead to stillbirths in infected women. It's an uncommon outcome for any pregnancy, but women with COVID-19 face an elevated risk. Researchers in 12 countries, including the United States, analyzed placental and autospy tissue from 64 stillbirths and 4 newborns who died shortly after birth. More shocking results was the placenta that was infected and extensively destroyed. Many of these cases had over 90% of the placenta destroyed. Very scary. Many around the world are pinning their hopes on the vaccine, but even that isn't a quick fix. Polls show that some people may not be willing to be vaccinated. Even if someone is vaccinated, scientists don't yet know whether it's possible that they could get the virus and spread it, even if they don't get sick themselves. UK's recently announcement that it had identified a new strain of coronavirus that appears to be 70% more infectious than the old strain. The virus is getting strong and more virulent. A new study says that 1 in 10 Australian healthcare workers has had thoughts of suicide or self-harm during the pandemic. Healthcare workers in Somalia suffer from high rates of anxiety, depression, and stress because of their work with COVID-19 cases. Initial findings recorded a high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce at 69.3%, 46.5% for depression, and 15.2% for stress. So let us now look at some of the ways in which the 8 ways to protect yourself from corona pandemic. This has been the solution has been directly given by the Parashakti herself for all of us to get out of the suffering from the corona pandemic. So let's watch a beautiful clip where Supreme Panel of Hindus, Devi Parashakti herself, gives ways to protect ourselves from the corona pandemic.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ சிவ எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழை பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நானே நீயா Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let us see the English translation of what Devi has revealed. Devi has said, "Oh humans, don't be scared of deadly infection, coronavirus. Through these 8 waves, you can easily save yourself from this pandemic. The first is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti, surrendering to Devi Parashakti through the social media. Third, wherever Devi is residing, worshipping Devi by doing the fire walking. Fourth, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice and eating, meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. Fifth, being in the untouched state, filling with eternal bliss. Sixth, doing a japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva and Shiva. Seventh, with the complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to the sleep. Eighth, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Purana. So these are the 8 conscious solutions Devi has given us. Blessed each one of us that we will be saved from this pandemic. So with this, we come to the end of this segment. Moving on to the next segment, where we're going to see the multiple offerings to the Parashakti of a short break. We request each and every to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Yes, Nithyanandam, welcome back to Devi Parashakti Akashik reading preparation. So in this segment, we're going to see the multiple social media platforms from Sri KAILASA, which we can easily enrich to the world, enrich ourselves and enrich to the world. So the first and foremost platform is the YouTube platform, where you can directly head over to the youtube.com and you can find the official account of Sri KAILASA by KAILASA HDH Nithyananda. So make sure you're subscribing to the channel so you'll be updated with all the upcoming programs and live events. So make sure you're joining the channel. Once you enable multiple membership options, you can select any one of that. So from there, you can enable the chat options during all the live chats, where you can directly post your questions during all the lives. So next is the Facebook. The official account of Sri Kailasa and the Supreme Fund of Hinduism is Kailasa's SPS JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. So here same as you can directly go and follow the page. So you will be notified for all the posts and links, upcoming events, celebrations, everything. So during the live, all the lives, you can directly head over to the comment section. You can directly ask your questions to Supreme Fund of Hinduism and Devi directly in that. So next is the official Twitter handle, which is Kailasa's SPS JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can directly head over and you can also search by the user ID, which is @Sri Nithyananda. Make sure you're following this account, and once you're done, in the recent live, you can directly head over in the comment section. You can ask your questions to the hashtag of Ask the Avatar. So all the comments with the hashtag of Ask the Avatar will be considered as a question and will be directly taken to the Devi Parashakti. So next is the official platform of Supreme Fund of Hinduism and Sri Kailasa in the Instagram, which is Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda. And then you can also search by the username @Sri Nithyananda. The same like Twitter, you can directly head over into the comment section. You can directly ask your questions in the comment sections and make sure you're subscribing to the channels. So next, last but not the least, it is the official, the landing, the website of Sri Kailasa Nation, which is kailasa.org. Moment you open our website, you can directly enable with the chat option, the widget will pop up. There you can directly ask your questions to Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Fund of Hinduism during all the live and Bhava Samaya Darshans. So yes, with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see the offerings to the Devi Parashakti. As in the earlier segment, we have seen the wonderful revelation and solutions given by the Devi Parashakti for this pandemic time. It is all about her love and compassion for the world. So now it is time for each one of us to show our love and gratitude to the Devi Parashakti through all these offerings. So first, let us understand the context behind this whole sacred offerings. See, Bhagavad Purana, the chapter number 8 and verse number 37 goes on, the translation goes on as, one part should be used for dharma, dana, and second for yasha, public work, which brings fame to oneself. Third should be reinvested to generate more wealth. And fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And fifth, for one's family and friends. So here it is mentioned, and is that 20% of our wealth should be offered to the donated to the dharma to keep this dharma chakra alive. So next, the verse from the Dharma Shastra, it says, dana given at the home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Goshala, cowpen, 1,000 times when made in sacred places, tirthas, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of the Shivalinga, such as Shiva temples. Dana given in order to achieve the moksha is considered as the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be the medium value, and it is also called as the Daya Dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least value of all. So these are the right understanding about when to offer, why we should offer, and where to offer, and what space you have to offer. So it's a whole, the three pramanas we have seen, it's give a wonderful and nice understanding about the offerings. So now let us enter into the first offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first offering to Devi Parashakti is Ihundi. The translation of the verse goes on as, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized to the true devotion. She can be won over the true devotion. She removes all the fear. If there is a fears in the minds of devotees, Devi will surely remove all those fears. It is stated that the Devi likes to be worshipped in the autumn. Here it is meant that the atom of our life is when thoughts turn more and more inwards. When that happens, the role of the divine becomes known and understood clearly to us, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhave, the consort of Sambhu, Lord Shiva, Saradaradhya means worshipped by Sharada Saraswati. Sharvani, the wife of Lord Shiva, Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmada Inni, Devi who bestows happiness on all devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi Parashakti. So next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Sankalpa chanting. The normal donations are $1. Devi Mahatmyam, chapter number 12, verse number 34. The translation goes on as the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in any things gives you knowledge that leads to the salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic senses. So offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolutions, blesses the person offering with all the fructifications of the desires and wishes he or she is aiming for. So now let us understand the significance of the divine element, gold. Gold is present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Idihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our being. In the civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from the life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and is used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archway made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of river of gold. In this river was called as Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavardhini in Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightened energy for thousands of years and it's lost forever. So now let us see the first offering to Devi Parashakti in the gold. Is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The nominal donations are 75, 151, and $251. The Lalita Sahasranamam, verse number 731, goes on as Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes repetition of her various names. This is the offerings of 1,000 names of Devi Parashakti. It is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So offer gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or the attribute of her that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering is Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl. The nominal donations are $251, $501, and $750. The translation of the verse goes on as I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crowns has garlands of pearls and a face shining like a moon, who wears anklets that are studded with a gemstone and has a small bulls, who is shining like a splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. You can head over to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make this offering to Devi Parashakti. So offer the golden ring with the pearl to the cosmic mother and experience the blessings and healings with your mother. So next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. The nominal donations are $600. The Kamikagama verse goes on as the translation. All the kalashas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of ultimate Parama. Almost everything in worship of ultimate involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, and lotus petals. Lotus is divine flower, where it is the configuration of deities of worship or the object of meditation of the are the mudras and the asanas used during the worship. In every dimension, the lotus is involved and offered. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. Offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to and express the gratitude to the Tyaga and the sacrifice of your mother. So next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. The translation of the verse goes on as, you who brightness from toenails, destroy the darkness of the ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The slokam number 83 of Saundarya Lagari, which states that the nails of the Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. Tamoguna is the darkness. In this Sostram, Tamas is the indicative of the ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi Parashakti, their ignorance is removed and that they attain knowledge. So next, offer this golden toe ring to Devi Parashakti and adorning her sacred feet in a constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even the most difficult aspects of our life. So next offering is Swarna Mangatika, the golden hairline jewelry. The nominal donations are $750. The Sanskrit verse goes on as Sudha Sarabhi Varshini. She who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened and blossomed. Offer the Mangatika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So with this, we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see the offerings to our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. After a short break, we request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck. and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, welcome back. Now let us see the offerings to our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through which the Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting as an embodied form. So first let us understand the benefits and the understanding about the Pada Puja. Like Kularna Tantra, chapter number 12, verse number 12, the translation of this goes on as, there is no mantra higher than the Paduka, there is no God higher than the Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, no merits higher than the Kula worship. The chapter number 120, the verse number goes on as, one should not approach the royalty or the deity or the Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his capacity. One should not do so, become the Brahma Rakshasa. The first offerings to our beloved Guru is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, $1,008. The Kularna Tantra, chapter number 12, verse number 5 goes on. The translation of this verse goes on as, O Devi, remember this Paduka, which yields infinitely greater merit than the billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimage, and billions of worship. The next offering is the Vastra Seva, $1,008. The translation of the verse goes on as, the illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails disables the darkness of ignorance in the devotees. Starting at her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. For all the offerings, you can directly head over to /Devi-offerings. So in the registration process, you have two options: ready to offer today, or the intention to offer the specific sevas which you really want to manifest for some sevas, or you have help in manifesting, or you need any clarifications. So you can directly head over to tiny.cc/Bhavasamadhi. You can put your registrations there. For the online payment, directly head over to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, and you can, all the offerings will be enabled there. You can select which offering which you wish to offer to Devi Parashakti, and then you can select and proceed for the payment. So after the payment is done, make sure you're going to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021 to submitting all the puja details and the names to be chanted during the live. So here is just a quick recap video of how you can make the payment. Everything is done. So once you head into the tiny.cc/Bhavasamadhi, here you can see make the intentions. You can click the next button, and then here you can go down and fill all your details which you wish to register for the seva. And please select the Bhavasamadhi Darshan as Devi. And this is a link where you can directly head over to Devi offerings. You can directly head over and then select which offering you wish to make. And you can select the chart also, number of offerings which you wish to offer. This is a link. You can directly head over by tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So make sure you can increase the chart to the number of offerings you wish to make. And then you can add to cart. There you can proceed to the checkout. How you doing how you usually do the Amazon orderings. Same way, you can directly, so easy simple steps. You can directly head over to tiny.cc/Devi offerings, and you can go select your which offering which you wish to make, and you can select the cart, add to the cart the number of offerings, and then you can proceed to checkout. Next is the payment. You can fill all your bank details and you can finish the payment. So once the registration is done, payment is done, make sure you're heading over to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021 to enter the names to be chanted for the offerings. So next is the wonderful Paramashivoham, the upcoming Paramashivoham level 3. Last February, we have finished one Paramashivoham. The next Paramashivoham level 3 is happening in May 1st, 21. The intense program directly connected by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he is giving so much powerful initiations. And we have seen many testimonials. Participants who attended the last batch of Paramashivoham sharing left and right in the social media. So you can head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and you can register for this grant even for the upcoming Paramashivoham level 3. So yes, with this we come to the end of this segment where we have seen the multiple offerings to Devi Parashakti and their beloved Guru. So before we heading over next segment, we're going to have a short break. I request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyananda.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes, Nithyananda, welcome back to the Parashakti Akashik reading preparation. So in this segment, we want to see the glimpses of glorious past on 29th March. If you're new to this segment, this is a segment which will go through all the past, glorious past, which has happened the same day of 29th March, since the start of the mission of Sri KAILASA up to the last year. And it will be a wonderful time for each one of us to see the growth and the contribution of Supreme Founder of Hinduism continuously to the revival of Sri KAILASA and to the humanity. Let us enter into the segment now. So first, let us see the event which has happened on 29th March of 2005. So on this day, the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrived in the city of Seattle, Washington, USA, on the 29th of the March, and started off by giving a couple of live radio interviews on the Seattle FM 1150, the Conscious radio station. Here you can see the day awakening, Supreme Founder of went onto the radio channel and he started giving the radio interview on the topic of conscious. So moving on to the next year, 29th March after 2009, on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted the Prana Pradiksha ceremony at the Nithyanandeshwara Vedic Temple in Phoenix and USA. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also conducted a Q&A session, satsang and Q&A session, and gave a sarva darshan for all the devotees who have gathered to participate in the ceremony. On that day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism additionally performed the Rudrabhishekam for the Shiva Linga of the temple. Later that day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted a public discourse, Nithyananda Satsang, as part of Ananda Spurna program in California, New York, US state, where thousands gathered to receive his blessings and knowledge. Here you can see the whole day, where one side, on the day of beginning of the day, he was doing the Prana Pradesha in one side of the USA. On the evening, he is giving the live discourse as part of the Ananda Spura program in one part of the USA. Here you can see it is always a mission to revive the Kailasa. It is simply a hard work done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism day and night to revive this Sri Kailasa mission. So moving on to the next year, as is 29th March 2011. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras in Adi KAILASA Sarvanyapitam, Bangalore Adinam. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism specially elaborate on the topic of who is a Siddha. He explained that the one who does not have a permissible identity and because of it has an eternal identity is a Siddha. Additionally, on that day, the devotees from Mexico and the city of Houston attended the day Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Satsangs two-way. So now we're going to watch a short video of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the science of who is the from the Patanjali Yoga Sutra.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Siddha, master, is a person who doesn't have perishable identity, because of it has eternal identity. Understand? His identity is made out of material which is imperishable. There is no perishable component in the identity he created for himself. When the breeze flows over the water, the shapes and drawings created on the water, there's a huge water body, breeze flows over the water body, small waves are happening, or some drawings or figures appear on the water. In that figure there is no perishable component. That figure, the source, cause, effect, everything is just water. When the breeze flows, again that same wave will happen. When the breeze stops, the wave will settle down into the water. Same way, whenever a strong devoted samyama is the breeze. Water is the pure consciousness. Whenever the strong devoted samyama from a disciple happens over the conscious water, master's forms appear and blesses you, graces you, and again it relaxes back into the same water. There is no perishable component. Please understand. There is no perishable component in the system. Because there is no perishable component, it is eternal identity.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Putting all my trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a life with no strife. Can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare. I know you will take care. You're always showing us compassion. Your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. My life become a meditation. If this is we had a deep connection. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see
Paramashivoham.
Yes. It's a wonderful video. You just in this segment we just go on, enjoy the whole journey of Sri KAILASA and the Supreme Lord of Hinduism. So now moving on to the next year, 2013. On this day, a presidential address, Nithyananda Satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of the Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, explained how Sampurti, the integrity, supports us to manifest the reality as we want it to be. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined reality as the projection of our inner space onto the outer world. If we have the internal conflicts, our wish manifests as contradictory and our experience of reality is confused. Once we bring integrity into our inner space, the universe rushes to fulfill our dreams. Whatever we project on the cosmos becomes the project for the cosmos. Later that day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted a Mahakala Bhava Samaya Darshan, and the delegates of Inner Awakening had a rare opportunity to receive their boons and answer from the very source of existence of Mahakala Bhairava.
The power of your inner completion will be so powerful. The moment you project something out of completion, the whole world runs to fulfill it and serve you. You need to know a beautiful story from Prahlada's life. When Prahlada's dad was asking Prahlada, is your Narayana God in this pillar, in that pillar? Is he in this stone? Prahlada was about to raise a small finger. A child naturally takes little time to lift his hand and show this pillar. My Narayana is there. I don't even know which finger you showed, or you would have shown. You may not even know how to fold the fingers and show one finger or anything. You must have shown even through face. That is the way kids show. Kids sometimes don't even know how to raise the hand and show. They just show the face. When Prahlada was about to mention the pillar, Narayana started running from Vaikuntha. Lakshmi asked, what happened? Why are you running so fast? What is there in so much of a hurry? Krishna says, no, you don't know. whatever pillar he shows, I have to enter into that pillar. Wherever he shows, I have to occupy that place and come out. Listen. When a child is established in integrity, just for his hand movement or the direction he shows, God lands. Listen. Whole world moves as you want when you are established in integrity. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. Nachiketa is embodiment of authenticity. Dhruva is embodiment of responsibility. Markandeya is embodiment of enrichment. Prahlada is his embodiment of integrity. He was in completion with all the karmas. Prarabdha akamya sanchita. That is why the direction he was turning his face are trying to show God lands there. Same way, if you are in completion with integrity, without conflict, contradiction, internally, whatever you project on the world is project for the cosmos. Whatever you project on the cosmos is a project for cosmos. Simply does it. Simply cosmos does it.
Yes, on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, delivered the worldwide webinar titled Rewrite Your Future. On this webinar, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guided the delegates into the understanding of what will the Inner Awakening Convention gives them. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism described how the Inner Awakening Convention will help them identify the life issues and help them give them the solution to live healthily, happy life, and took the delegates through the meditation and internalizing process of identifying their inner blockage and surrendering them at his feet. So we're going to watch a short video clip where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained each one of us to real us.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Why inner awakening? When I see human beings all around, I literally feel without having such a simple solutions, people are suffering with such huge problems. I tell you, a simple direction change, a simple change in the decision, a simple change in the perception can liberate you all from all the conflicts you have, whether it is the conflict with your body health, conflict with your mind, conflict with your emotions, conflict with people, conflict with life, conflict with your money, whatever conflict, contradictions you have, a simple change in perception can do so much. I am really surprised why people suffer with such huge problems without having such simple solutions. I feel intensely the pain people go through, the conflict between the desire and the fear. Whenever the desire comes, the fear automatically erupts out. Will I achieve it? Whenever the fear comes, desire automatically erupts out. I should achieve it. Only then I will be out of this fear. It is like constant conflict. But I tell you, a simple change in the perception can take you away from all the powerlessness caused in your life. The Inner Awakening Program, it's a 21-day unique transformational program to awaken your inner potential bioenergy using all the transformation methodologies available from the Vedic tradition. This program is mainly created to give you the new perception about life, new perspective about life, release you from all your conflicts, contradictions with a simple, straight knowledge. First thing Inner Awakening does to you, it makes sure about you to you. Please understand, the biggest curse in human being, biggest curse for a human being in human life is living as multiple pieces, not being sure about yourself. Inner Awakening first integrates all the pieces together and makes you sure about you, who you are, the right perception about who you are happens to you, and why am I here? What is my life? What is my purpose? When these major questions find answer, clarity, direction, guidance, I tell you, you have enough energy to fulfill it. It is directionlessness or wasting your energy unnecessarily in so many directions that makes you feel poor, energyless, failure. The moment you find answers, the moment you become sure about you, abundance becomes your lifestyle, your experience. If I have to describe before and after Inner Awakening, I have to come back to the story of a blind man. Born blind man. Can never intellectually understand what he will gain after he gains his eyes. Once he gets his eyes, a complete new dimension opens up. Same way, inner awakening program opens up. All the peak possibilities in you all the non-mechanical parts of your brain is awakened. Please understand, your brain has certain mechanical parts which will be alive, active just because you are alive. For example, this part of your brain which controls your breathing, part of your brain which controls your blood circulation. It will be active just because of life. Just because your body is alive, it will be active. But there is a non-mechanical parts of your brain which is responsible for the higher powers, higher possibilities, larger vision. Those non-mechanical parts of your brain gets awakened in the inner awakening. Means it opens a new dimension, new possibility for your life in every field. Please understand. Enlightenment has so many components. Inner awakening has so many components. The health component, the wealth component, the mental wellness component, beautiful relationships component, the spiritual enlightenment component, so many components. Through each methodology, you experience one component of enlightenment in you, inner awakening in you. Through yoga, you will experience the health component. Through knowledge, you will experience the wealth consciousness component. Through the energy darshan, you may experience the enlightenment component. As an inner awakening program, I am opening all components of highest possibilities in you. All components of highest possibilities in you, so that you don't have to waste time in going through your life in trial and error process. Otherwise, by the time you learn the lessons through the experiences, your own experiences, you don't have time to live your life. Learning lessons through your own experience is great, but by the time you get all the experiences, you don't have life left to live. Here, I am sharing everything at one go to you, so you have your whole life in front of you to live with this rich experience, with this greatest strategy for life.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We saw a beautiful video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism described about how we can awaken ourselves to our higher self. Let us now look at the next date, which is on 29th of March 2015. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued on the Living Advaita series and addressed the initiations from the Upanishads. This day's Akashik revelations was a profound delivery of the Ishavasya Upanishad, the verse 7th and the 7th verse. Yasmin sarvani bhutanyatmaiva bhudvijanataha tatra moho kashokaye kattvamanupashyataha. In today's revelation on the Ishavasya Upanishad, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism intercepted into finer and subtler truths on the spiritual powers of Ekatvam, which is the oneness, the energy current of the 7th verse. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that the oneness must become our experiential thought current for us. Unless some great truth produces results, we are not going to live it. Our life is a long bargain, and every experience we accumulated is worthy to be exchanged for the powerful oneness experience. He then revealed the techniques to blossom in the space of oneness, which is our very conscious, our very decision to empower the oneness experience that makes it into a reality. Guru is the being who makes a fashion statement about the experience of oneness, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared this day's essence in the Vakyat Sadas was, how can I give more and more attention to my oneness experience and strengthen it? Putting our attention to the experience of oneness, thinking about it, feeling about it, contemplating about it, entertaining it, being with it. So let us now look at Nithyananda Times from 2015 on 29th March.
Experience of oneness can become eternal in you. Means not only gaining the experience, you getting established in that experience. When you just soak constantly in the experience, you radiate extraordinary powers. Every time you break a pattern with the clarity of oneness, with the cognition of oneness, you will have one extraordinary power. Every time you break a pattern, not only you are free from the pattern, you get extraordinary power to you. Right concepts about body, right faith, cognition about mind, right biomemory, the right concepts about body, mind, consciousness, is the richness, ultimate richness. Right ideas you carry about you gives you the experience of oneness. Oneness. Neither by building hundreds of houses for yourself, nor by building companies for yourself, or by accumulating more and more cars. Oneness is not experienced by all these. I am not saying don't buy house, don't build house, don't buy car. No. All I am trying to tell you is, let that just be utility, not goal of your life. If the utility becomes goal of your life, you live in stupidity. As I said, stupidopathy, where elongating your life becomes goal. No. Purpose of your life should be goal. Meaning of your life should be goal, not elongating your life. If you know the meaning, you know the right length, right number of years you need to live. Number of years you live is not defining your success. The meaning of your life defines your success.
Swamiji around 6 to 7 years before, while there was a public program being conducted in the palace ground in Bangalore. So once when in the public program which was being conducted there in Bangalore, when I saw Swamiji and the clarity and with the clarity whatever he used to answer the questions, I felt very much impressed, and I felt all my doubts which was there still there till that time. I felt all has been cleared away by Swamiji in just in 2 to 3 hours of session which he had conducted there. So from that time I got connected with Swamiji, and then after every program which is being conducted here in the ashram or elsewhere in the world, I take this opportunity not to miss any of the program, because in each and every program Swamiji comes up with a new understanding, with a new philosophy, with the new techniques. Very recently I had been to attend the Cambodia to attend the Inner Awakening at Cambodia, in which the Swamiji gave every one of us the experience of Shivoham. Within the few seconds of closing our eyes during the meditation, we used to feel the highest kind of experiences which our Vedic scriptures, which our ancient religious masters, which they have described either in Puranas and Upanishads, Swamiji was giving us those all experiences in just a few milliseconds, just as soon as we used to close the eyes. So that was a very great experience. Swamiji is giving very precise understanding how to handle, how to come up with all those problems, and how to get away, how to solve all those problems. So like this, Swamiji has made all of our life very meaningful, very inspiring, very enthusiastic, and each day we feel like this life has to be lived with very much authenticity, with very much responsibility, and in a very integrated way. All this credit goes only to Swamiji, none of us, because of him only we are able to live this life in a very purposeful and meaningful way. Thanks a lot.
I want to share an experience. Before I coming to Gurukul, I was too fat. Then after I came to Gurukul, Swamiji used to tell about yogic body. Then I realized I also have to get yogic body. Out of this context, I did yoga. Within 3 weeks, I reduced 30 kg.
Few months ago, something like very heavy just banged my foot, and after banging, when I saw my foot, it was completely it was disproportionate, and it actually got badly crushed. So I actually was perplexed at the time, because the foot structure was not proper, and it was really scared to see. So that time they took me and ran to Swamiji, and Swamiji told, don't worry, it'll just be healed. So I was very scared at the time, but just when Swamiji gave assurance that nothing will happen, I actually just put my full trust on Swamiji, and nothing actually happened. And actually the next day in the hospital, they were very shocked that actually the bulging is supposed to increase after the wound, but actually bulging completely decreased, and my foot was completely alright after the wound.
This was a planned experiment. So one day a fresh young looking man had got up, and then he started getting ready for the work. So that time his wife tells, "Oh, you look so tired, why are you going to the office now?" This man does not understand what is she speaking, and then just tells, "Get lost, I don't want to speak to you, what are you blabbering?" And he just continues. So when he walks out of the house, then he'll be about to get his car out. So that time a neighbor from outside will shout, "Hey, what happened to you? You look so awful. Why are you going to office today?" So then this guy will think, "No, I'm alright," and then he just tells, and he again moves on. Then as he enters the office, at the receptionist tells, "Oh sir, you look too dull, what happened to you? Why have you come to office today?" So this was too much for him. How again and again people are telling me like this? Then anyway he just tells no, nothing, and then he walks and sits in his office, in his cabin, and thinks, okay, if this is really true, then let something else also happen. Let's see what is happening. Then one of his colleague will come in and tell, "Hey man, what happened to you? You look so upset today. You look feverish. What happened to you?" Then this was really too much for him. He was not able to bear at all. Then he just tells, "Okay, fine, I'll do something about it." Then he gets a call from his boss, and then he goes to his boss, and his boss tells, "Hey, you look so upset. You look so feverish. Why did you come to the office today? Why did you make this decision?" He really gets very irritated and annoyed, and he tells, okay sir, I'm leaving. And when he takes his car and goes, he will see that the body temperature itself starts rising. So now in this whole story, if you see, the person was actually completely healthy, but because the others, whatever they spoke, because it affected his mind, the physical change in his body itself was there. So this was a planned experiment which was conducted in the Chicago University, and they did it with 11 people, and all the 11 people had the same effect on them.
When we went to Varanasi last year with Swamiji, we were going on Ganga to Manikarnika Ghat for the death process. So after finishing the death process, we all were coming back after the Arati and spending time with Swamiji. We were coming back in the night to the Ganga, back to the Mahisha Ghat. Then there, when we were going,
that fish and put in the water, and we blessed it, it should come back life. So we blessed it. The amount of trust which we had on our words, so it made the fish come back life, and it started swimming more than the way when it was before. By we blessing the fish, it came back to the life. So the amount of trust which you have, you can move the world also.
Paramashivoham.
We saw beautiful glimpses from 2015, 29th of March, and here now we are looking at the 29th of March in the year 2016. And on this auspicious day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted the Dasapannodari temple inauguration. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was received by the Biddi Sangha with all the traditional honors, especially the Purna Kumbha, the highest royal honorary offering that was given to a guest in the Hindu tradition. Many thousands of people had gathered in order to receive the darshan of the Nijavatar of Paramashiva himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, with each of them celebrating and bringing various kinds of offerings to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The celebration was one of a kind, and the number of people who had gathered there to receive the darshan was simply staggering. Here we're looking at the 2018 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offered his respects to Devi Parashakti, Devi Kamakhya, in the Kamakhya temple in Guwahati. Today, there was a graduation of the Nithyananda Yoga, the teacher's training. A delegate shared the experience, and further the Kalasandi Puja was offered at the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devasthanam, and a delegate shared her experience of offering the Puja and also participating in the Mahastashoham. Around the world in the Western Hemisphere, at the Toronto Adinam, devotees offered sacred Vishesha Abhishekam to Nandi deity and celebrated, as well as the auspicious occasion of Pradosham. The Houston Adinam conducted the Bhairava Puja to Panjala Murtis, Lord Bhairava, Goddess Bhairavi, and announcements were made about the upcoming programs such as the Inner Awakening, Teachers Training Program, Nitya Dhyan Yoga, Nitya Kriya Yoga, and so on. Let us now watch a beautiful video on this.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda went and physically blessed the Kamakya temple in Guwahati. Kamakya temple is dedicated to Mother Goddess Kamakya and is one of the oldest of the 51 Shaktipitas. It is the place where Sati's womb, the yoni, fell after Shiva danced with the body of Sati and is auspicious for starting any new ventures and beginnings, as it represents the creative energy of the womb of Adi Shakti.
Shambho Shankara Shambho Shambho Shankara Shambho Shambho Shankara Shambho Shambho Shankara Shambho.
The second point in chemistry of guru-disciple relationship is getting integrated and authentic, getting organized in individual thinking is integrity, getting organized in individual action is authenticity. Unless you see how you are spending your whole day and night, you will not know what is going on with your life. Man has such a bunch of confusion and terrorized by his own confusion. The more you are terrorized by your own confusion, you tend to forget your confusion. The more you tend to forget your confusion, you build more confusion. The more you build confusion, more you get terrorized by your confusion.
I came thinking that I have come for a yoga program, but I've come to
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I overcame a lot of fears in this program. I came with this whole cognition that I'll come here and I'll do like a lot of yoga. But once I was here, it was a totally different game altogether. I had the biggest trouble actually with community.
Shiva Shambho
Parashakti, Parashakti,
Shambho Shiva Shambho
Parashakti.
Was the best thing I ever experienced. The energy and the bliss that I experienced was nothing like ever before. Amazing. Swamiji, first day, we had 4 darshan. Can you imagine? 4 darshan. We were in such high energy space. Amazing. I am able to body scan, third eye reading, healing. Amazing. My healing to others are just by my third eye. I don't even have to use Atmalinga anymore. Like for example, today I had 2 people, they feel the energy and the healing instantly. And I always wanted to do remote body scanning and healing. Swamiji has blessed me with that.
On the auspicious day of Nandi Pradosham, Nithyananda Peetham Toronto Adinam offered Abhishekam to Nandi, the vehicle of Mahasadashiva. Pradosham is the time where Mahasadashiva consumed the Halahala poison that emerged during the churning of the Milky Ocean. The poison could not be handled by anybody, so out of deep compassion, Mahasadashiva consumed it and danced in bliss in the form of Nataraja on the head of his divine bull, Nandi, on the 13th phase of the moon. So every 13th phase of the moon, Mahasadashiva radiates the energy to destroy the negativity, thereby saving us and protecting us. Pradosham was also the time where Mahasadashiva delivered their sacred secret meditation techniques for enlightenment in the book of Vijnana Bhairava Tantra to Devi. Houston Adinam conducted the Bhairava Puja, a rare puja that started to happen only after Houston Adinam was blessed with 2 rare Panchaloha Murtis of Lord Bhairava and Goddess Bhairavi, directly blessed by the avatar His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda in September 2017. This puja destroys all the negative influences in our lives. It heals from nervous disorders, blesses for enlightenment, and more. The particular part of this puja is lighting a pepper lamp. Just like how when we intake the pepper in our body, it cleanses all mucus and toxins. Lighting the pepper lamp burns the negativity out of our inner space.
First principle of life, integrity, supports you in transforming your life as you want, manifesting the reality as you want.
Vimochanam Nithyanandam Jeevan Mukti Pradayakam
The oneness which makes you powerful, empowers you, should not be just a thought current. It should become a living, experiential power current in you.
Upcoming programs: Inner Awakening 21 Days to Rewrite Your Future, March 20.
Yes. So we saw another beautiful video when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism graced us with various different experiences from the past, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously showering his blessings and grace on each and every one of us. Let us now look at the happenings on 29th of March 2020. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after the second great pause, started radiating Paramashiva through his physical body, the very being of Paramashiva, for the whole humanity to manifest. During this period, after the great pause, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered extraordinary powerful messages and initiations every single day. On that day, during the Nitya Satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the glories of Lord Nataraja. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further worked on raising the consciousness of the delegates by bestowing them with Lord Nataraja Bhava Samadhi Darshan for the day, followed by showering of grace through various cosmic dance of Nataraja. Contributing to over 108 humanitarian causes of Sri Kailasa, Uniting Nations Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University marked that day as a season 1 day 10 of Paramashivoham. And one of the major highlights of this Kailasa's contribution was the power manifestation, and today it was the power of Sarvanyatva. Sannyasis of the Nithyananda order, monks and the initiated acharyas worldwide affiliated with the Department of Education in Kailasa conducted a series of seminars focusing on the truths of Kailasa's digital nation and 14 lokas as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here we're looking at 29th of March 2021. And on this auspicious day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism graced every one of us with the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Who is Bhagavan Sri Krishna? Bhagavad Gita says, Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanura Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, who is the Guru of the world, son of Vasudeva, supreme bliss of Devaki, destroyer of Kamsa and Kanura. And Bhagavan Shri Krishna is the Purnavatara, who is the embodied Narayana Paramapada with all his glory, qualities and powers. Bhagavan Shri Krishna is the being who first set the trend that a macrocosm can express in the microcosm, in a human body, in a full-fledged and a full-bloomed way. Bhagavan Shri Krishna is the Jagat Guru, which means his life is a teaching for everyone, in all levels of seeking, no matter what level they are. As a child, Bhagavan Shri Krishna expressed extraordinary innocence and extraordinary powers. And as an adult, Bhagavan Shri Krishna went beyond the body. He did not even have the idea of ordinary body and reflected the same. So now here we are on March of this year. And let us now look at the next program that is coming up, Paramashivoham Level 3. It is going to be from May 1st to 21st, 2022. And after 3 years, this is the most awaited program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register yourself for the program. So now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. And let us all prepare ourselves to receive the Nitya Satsang. I request all the participants, all the viewers from around the world to please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line as we prepare to enter into the Nitya Satsang.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence, and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time, because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karana. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving. Radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Baskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma. Yudhishthira never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the science of superconscious mutation, there's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravatanis, 1 lakh Shadavatanis. Sahasravatani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavadani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. They start giving awards to Shatavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatana, Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third. Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different Avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these Avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspects of superconscious mutation. More than Avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your jnanendriyas and karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives informations and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way, is called avadana. I myself have seen an avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then, Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA, if the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambras family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashik records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. the Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon, Shastra-astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parashurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parashurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say, that living documentations. And I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshav are of Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nitya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is super conscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nithyaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, a whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adisheva Velalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana, in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation Shakti Avishkarana is one of the science branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end-to-end, the quality control passed. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. So understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, rudraganyas, apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you. And give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu, Vedaranyam, and Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically, because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravatanis in each branch. At least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible, it is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Sthapatya Veda, sacred arts. Sthapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. All the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Shri Advait and Mahadvait gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul, especially Paramesha. The way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid, it is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I am giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with an ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation Sahasravatana and mantra, Shastra manifestation Sahasravatana. Both he will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pidadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take the science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about super conscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky, middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All this big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagari Puttur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagari Puttur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagari Puttur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Let's go to the Pramanas. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagamas, stands as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. And Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan Paramashiva has given all the Pramanas for us to have the cognitive shift, and each of the powerful cognition that he manifests in us as the power manifestation itself. Let's move to the Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter. Shastra Pramana is for the scriptural reference for the power of consciousness matter over matter is taken from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness. Tantra is the method. Enlightenment, the space of deep.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95, having one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of the object along with the thoughts and impression of it. O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all-inclusive or infinity. Bhagavan Paramashiva clearly explained how the Avadani culture had lived and how they manifested literally 1,000 possibility at the same time. Now clearly science says how the neurological structure in our brain is so powerful. If we start manifesting all this great Avadani, the whole brain gets used. Even as Einstein, it is recorded that only 25% of his brain was used. So the whole science is to revive how the whole brain can be used into the ultimate possibility, which is even scientifically quite possible. But how do we experience that? And how do we experience the greater reality, the higher intelligence, the higher consciousness, where we say anything is as a possibility, where from the place where we exist as anything as impossibility. And Bhagavan beautifully says, if you can understand this science behind what you understand as materialistic world, you can go beyond and experience the greater reality. How he said as a small child, the Maharaj was able to go beyond the pain when he had a fracture, and simply because of the connection with Paramashiva. And Paramashiva can just perform the avadani of fixing the whole thing. And just for the child, and after that, if they take an x-ray, that would be perfectly fine. And for many of the children, that has also happened.
And how do we do that? Consciousness over matter. Bhagavan beautifully says, if you can bend your body, you can bend the spoon. If you can move your body, you can move the spoon, because body is just a matter. Body is not what you possess, but it is just a vehicle that you're using. But if you understand the deeper science that you are consciousness, the pure energy, and if you start reflecting that consciousness into your physical reality, is what power manifestation. How does power manifestation going to solve my financial problem, my day-to-day problem, or my health, or any of that which is going on in my life, the relationships, and so many other issues? Bhagavan clearly says, when you are in the highest intelligence, you will attract the right combinations and right things in your life, right people in your life, right words from different people in your life, and you will be telling or talking the perfect things, because you will be such a intelligent being manifesting all the greater science of reality, not struggling with the mere things of one or two things which we are struggling, but go beyond what we can exist as avadanis and manifest this greater science. And all these power manifestation is a foundation course how we can start experiencing beyond the matter and start establishing that we are consciousness and we are not just subjected to the materialistic world, but also we are in the materialistic world to celebrate the avadani that is happening in us as reality. The more the question comes, then how do we experience that? If that is going to solve greater problems and also put me into the greater intelligence, how does it happen in my reality? Bhagavan beautifully says, if you take a rose and if you remove the knowledge of the rose, eliminate the knowledge of the rose, and eliminate the thoughts how the rose that you had first dealt with, remove that also, all the impression about the rose, all the things that you know, your thought currents about your rose, when you remove everything about a rose, the label called rose itself, then what remains? It remains as only the molecules and atoms, and it is an energy and frequency. And what do you do with the frequency and energy? If you understand the same thing with your body, when you're in the deep sleep, you don't have this body. You are in the Karna Sarira, which is just the conscious space, and you are vibrating in such a high space, and you don't have any thoughts. Even as science say, in deep sleep, you do not have thoughts. Same thing when you experience, when you dissolve the mind and experience the same state here right now by raising yourself, by chanting the Mahavakya and being in the bhava that you are the avadani, the ultimate consciousness. You holding that space and manifesting the powers gives you the glimpse of what the higher reality is, which creates so much of auspiciousness, abundance in your life, and you start getting into the more auspiciousness of attracting the right things in your life. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives the Apta Pramana for us to understand this truth, even greater truth. How the Astra, Shastra, how Bhagavan said 25 Avadani, and one of them was the Astra and Shastra. Even as Rama had to go to a Gurukulam to learn this science, why Avatar has to go to a Gurukulam to learn all this great science? Because Bhagavan beautifully says how when they come down to planet Earth, they still have some things which they have to add to land on planet Earth. And in the Gurukulam, that gets removed. He gives an example. When you make a jewelry from pure gold, you have to add copper and then put it in the acid for the acid to remove the copper and become the pure gold after it is made, the jewelry is made. Same way, the avatars really go into the Gurukulam, and Bhagavan says, my gurus are my wake-up calls, and they wake up to the mission of how Bhagavan wants to revive the whole Hinduism, to learn the whole Astra Shastra as one of the Avadani. Here, Vishnu Chakra was so powerful that he got from Shiva. It had 108 blades and it was so fast that it traveled much beyond millions of yognya in a twinkle of an eye. Still, they don't have a weapon probably that very fast, which is faster than what we understand as light. And here, this is given in Vishnu Purana, clearly stated. How we can live as a possibility, Bhagavan beautifully explains in the Atma Pramana how he experienced the highest possibility when he had a deepest surrender, Tyaga with his Guru.
The ability to celebrate the devotion. Understand? This one thing I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara when he was teaching me the Advaita. I said, everything is okay, but let me continue to retain my innocent devotion of touching, holding on to your feet when I sit next to you. Understand? Once he was trying to show me the power of oneness and Advaita, like he said that he was sitting facing north on the steps of the Kalyana Mandapam in Tiruvannamalai temple. In front of him, his samadhi. In the side, the main deity. The right hand side, the main deity, Garbhagriha. Left hand side, the hill, Arunachaleshwara. Arunachala hill. He said, this, that, all is me. Just see. When he moved the hand, I saw literally the Garbhagriha and the hill, whole thing merging into him. When he moved the hand, I saw they are back to their places. It's very easy to tell it's a delusion, but it was not, I know, because it was such powerful experience and such restful awareness. During this whole thing, I was sitting holding his one feet in the leg, saying that if I hold on to his feet, a lot of energy will come, power will come. Of course, when he showed that Advaita, the concept of energy will come, power will come has disappeared. It's completely disappeared. I just know he is one and I am just one with him. Then I asked him only one thing. Whatever may be the experience, let me just retain my ability to have this deep love experience, love current. Laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita only will strengthen the bhakti. Listen.
Beautifully, you can see how the object is rotating on top of the silicon. Silicon is nothing but the mother energy, the sand, and it simply listens when we command it. It is completely switched off. It's completely flat on the ground. They have kept it, and you can see how the cap starts rotating, turning left side, then right side. It's not like rolling or moving. It is rotating on the silicon. Today we can play with a coconut, or you can have the same a cap or a deity on the silicon and see how it can move so beautifully just by the power of chanting the Mahavakya, raising your frequency into the higher space and manifesting consciousness over matter. each of the power manifestation clears so many things that we are stuck with and makes us understand we are each one an Avadani because Bhagavan has chosen us to be here today to listen to his satsang and manifest his powers. So beautiful. Now, please keep your cell phone switched off and make sure you can keep a deity, or you can use your palm and you can have a coconut and move it, also rotate it, that's okay. But if you can keep it on the flat surface like this, on a silicon, on the ground or on the silicon, that will be beautiful, that you can see how consciousness over matter literally reflects in this physical reality. How does it happen? If you have two tuning fork, if you vibrate one, what happens? The sound goes and starts moving the other also. The other tuning fork starts vibrating. So there are two lessons in it. One, both are same tuning fork. Second, one vibrates, the other is able to pick up that vibration and move. So how do we experience this superconscious space? When you understand that when you start chanting the Mahavakya deeply, and when you start holding that space of Paramashiva, who you are, first you become like you are one with Paramashiva, the Bhava. You see yourself with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. When you see yourself like that, you are in the deep oneness. You are simply, you are no other than Paramashiva, no other than Paramashiva. You are sitting as Paramashiva or Parashakti, any Ishtadevata that you can merge your mind inside and just experience that deep oneness. The bhava is the first thing, like how both are tuning for. You become Paramashiva and you know Paramashiva can vibrate and manifest all the powers. When you become Paramashiva, and how do you raise your frequency? Now, when you chant the Mahavakya deeply from your inner space, from the navel center, and you start deeply listening to your own chanting. When you do that, when you have the listening, there cannot be thoughts. And when you go to deep sleep, you don't have thoughts. So you know how the unclutching happens. Unclutching from all the visualization, verbalization. Make the mind go inside, inward, not the object that you kept on your cell phone, but go inside to your inner space where it has nothing to narrate, nothing to talk about, no brain fog, just disappears and dissolves into it. The more and more the mind just dissolves, it creates a pure space of deep oneness where you are melting in the oneness space with Paramashiva. How Paramashiva said, I was holding Arunagiri Yogi's foot to experience the deep love and feeling connection. When you know Paramashiva is all yours and you know that he is going to manifest through you, when you dissolve into him and experience the higher reality, what you are as consciousness, as energy, as frequency, the more and more you get into the deeper samadhi, you start experiencing in this physical body the higher frequency, the higher states of consciousness. When you start experiencing that, simply you will see the object, whatever matter, listening to you as you want. Like Bhagavan said, you become the Avadani, manifesting all this great science as reality. Now, let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Deeply connect to Paramashiva, and all that we need to do is chant the Mahavakya intensely and deeply with the deep feeling connection, gratitude, oneness, bliss, all that you are so excited to sit like Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. And you are so excited to merge into Paramashiva and deeply in gratitude and love. and chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening. All of us collectively, collective integrity, create a space to manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes, and whatever Paramashiva has manifested in you as the reality, go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. You've taken a picture or a video or your experiences. All that you can share and your powerful cognition, thanking Bhagavan for all that is overflowing through you as your physical reality, how he can map all this greater science into our physical reality through superconscious mutation process. And not only now, and many instant in throughout the day. It's not you take a tablet, you only experience that minute you get relief. Till the chemical is in your body, you feel the relief. Same way, when you start experiencing the superconscious mutation, it goes on and on and on, and you start experiencing in your physical reality so many things happening beyond your logic. And you can share that experience also, how you started doing power manifestation and how your life has changed, and you started attending the satsang, doing the yoga. Your life has now transformed into so many ways, and so many possibilities in small things and big things have opened up for you. When you start recognizing and celebrating, life just showers on you more and more that you are consciousness, you are Paramashiva in parallel universe, and you have been successfully mapped into this reality, whatever you want in your outer world. So share all this great truth and celebrate by tagging to your friends and family. You can share in your social media platforms, or you can go to tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Share with your hashtag Paramashivoham Shakshi Pramana, hashtag Power Manifestation, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Nithyananda. So you can share and simply experience the greater reality and thank Bhagavan for all this. So let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagavan's lotus feet with deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for showering on each one of us every single day, and thanking all of you in all the social media, staying back and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, and also sharing in the social media all this greater truth and celebrating Paramashiva in you. And the space of Paramashiva is real in your thought, word, and action. See yourself as Paramashiva in everyone and yourself in continuously throughout the day. Be in that beautiful space of oneness, manifesting continuously the greater reality. With that powerful cognition, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. 6 p.m. we'll be having the more sessions in Zoom. You can join in and you can manifest more powers. So thank you so much, Nithyananda.